Hello, friends. Welcome or welcome back for 24-hour sprints. That's what this is. Yes, it is. These are February 24-hour sprints, and I have friends with me. You know, truthfully, moving these to 7 p.m. Eastern was the best decision I've ever made in my life. So if you are new to 24-hour sprints, there is a playlist linked on my community tab. It's also linked in my Instagram story. And I know some people, Amy being one, shared it also to her Instagram story. So if you are looking for the playlist that will take you from one live stream to the next, that's where you'll find it. And yeah, we just go for 24 hours from one friend to the next. That's just how this works out. Lots of friends. There's a schedule also posted to my community tab if you want to look at that. So, yeah. How are we, Kelsey and Amy? Good?
Good. I woke up from a nap like half an hour ago or so. So I'm like, you don't need to nap too long, and I'm just out of it. Anyway, so once I wake up, I will be reading Check and Mate. Trying Ali Hazelwood a second time after Love Hypothesis was like, it was entertaining, but it was like meh for me. So I'm hopeful. I just got the audio off of Spotify, so I'm gonna see if the audio is decent while I read it. Otherwise, I'll just read physically. So yeah.
Yay. Well, Amy, what are you doing? What are you reading?
I just woke up from my too long nap an hour ago. So.
That is so funny. It's just like a Friday nap session for everyone.
We had our conference give back day. So I had off today and I slept in. I got up and read, and then I cleaned, and then I took a nap, and then I got up and read, and then I cleaned and I took a nap. I did watch some stuff in between. It was a beautiful day. But I'm going to be reading Not My Kind of Hero by Pippa Grant, and it was recommended to me by my sister. Pippa Grant is her favorite author in the world, and she just writes ridiculous rom-com craziness, and I am enjoying it, but I'm not very far, but I'm enjoying it. So
Yay. Okay. We have another friend. Hold on.
Hello.
We're going to change
I'm like, who is it? Who's it gonna be?
The suspense.
Because we can't see neither one you can.
Hello, Margaret.
Hi.
How are you?
We had to change into warmer pants. That's why I was late.
We're going to be doing, please ignore what I'm doing right now. I'm just going to be changing things around. So
okay. Can do.
Just
will do.
Give me a second.
Anyways.
What are you reading or doing today?
It's been a week. Or a couple days, actually. No, it's only been 2 days. So
I feel that.
And it's cold and I don't like it.
What are you reading or doing?
Hello. Hi. Well, currently I'm working on Manslaughter Park by Tears of Price, because this will complete a series for me, and we're trying to complete series this year.
Nice.
So there is that. And then I will be moving on to House of Bane and Blood, probably, but I needed an audiobook for like cooking dinner and shit. So
that's fair. I also have to read that at some point, but I am gotta knock out some physical reading first.
Yes, yeah, I know. So, I am going to try and make some headway in Death of the Author by Nnedi Okorafor, because technically the book club is this Sunday at 10 a.m., which I'm just now realizing conflicts with other plans I have on Sunday. It's fine. Shut up, Neva. Stop laughing at me. I don't think it's going to happen though, because I do not have an audiobook of this one. And so I have been reading it physically, and I have so many things I need to read this weekend. So I don't know if this is going to happen, but I am very excited for it. So I'm going to read it anyways.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so I guess it's my turn because I just had everyone else talk before I did. So it's fine.
It's only fair.
I am reading Pucking Sweet still for the second. I don't know how many months I've been reading this damn book. I've been reading it for like a month and a half. Okay.
Well, look at the size of it though.
But also I'm imitating it.
Yeah.
I'm not like I definitely could have read this in like a week, like as quick as fast paced as these books are. But
Mhm.
because I'm annotating, I've just taken my sweet time. But at this point, I'm just sick of looking at this book. I mean, I love this book. It's going to be 6 stars. I just want to like move on to other rereads, you know?
Yeah.
So I am working on a Patreon exclusive video where I use this spinner wheel to pick how much time I read. So I'm going to be like utilizing that to try to get this done. That's what we're going to focus on this at the beginning in a moment. And then we have Lines by Anna B. Doe, which is like a YA high school hockey romance. No, I did not know this was YA when I downloaded it to my Kindle, but that's fine. We love a YA romance. But I have an audio for that through Hoopla, so if I don't want to read with my eyes, I can read it on Hoopla. And then at some point, I also have to read House of Bane and Blood because that is a buddy read with Margaret.
Yeah.
So
Because
a buddy read that we've been working on since November. It's fine. It's what we do. It's listen, when Margaret said to me, "Hey, do you want to just read this over 24-hour sprints?" I was like, yeah, so y'all can keep us accountable and can be like, have you guys finished this book yet? You know, you want to come say hello? Okay, come say hi.
Oh no. I just realized that that's going to cut into my playing Baldur's Gate this weekend because it's a physical book for me.
For what? House of Bane and Blood?
House of Bane and Blood. It's fine. I'll manage. I'll live with it.
Yeah.
I can go 24 hours without playing Baldur's Gate. Hey Ari, how are you feeling, sweetie? Yeah?
A little better today.
Yeah.
We were not feeling better yesterday. I can promise you that.
No.
Oh,
A little better today. Okay.
You know what? Sometimes you just gotta listen to your body, and if it tells you you don't feel good, you don't feel good.
Yeah, gotta listen.
All right, go on. What are you watching? Full House or Blippi? All right, we'll go watch Blippi. Love you. Bye. Okay. Yeah, let's read comments because there are people here. Hello, Allie. Hello, Hillary. Hello, Chantel. Hello, Glenda. Happy 24 hours spirits. Thank you so much. Hello. This is Alex, right? Pucks and Paperbacks?
Yes, that's Alex. Hey.
Alex, trying to finish up Hijab Butch Blues. I have about 40-ish pages left. Wonderful. Hello, Samira. Hello, Kendra. Glenda. Hello, Tennille. Hello, Kristen. I'm so proud of myself for remembering everybody's names. I should make like a spreadsheet or something, but my eyes are tired, so I'm going to try audio tonight. Air Awakens or the ABC Murders. Totally fine. Kendra is reading Scythe and Sparrow. I'm 30% in. Truthfully, I need to read Leather and Lark still. We're not going to talk about it. It was on my TBR for this month, and I have not gotten to it yet. And I'm like, oh, you're going to go buy Scythe and Sparrow when you have money. But then I'm like, why am I going to buy it when I haven't read Leather and Lark? I mean, I am going to buy it. Don't like it's going to go because I own Butcher and Blackbird and I own Leather and Lark physically.
I feel like the new I'm not gonna do it. I did it.
I can't have like two or three on my shelf and like not buy the third one, you know? Especially because I'm buying a brand new bookshelf next month, which means that all of my books that are currently still in buckets will be able to go. So all my read books will be able to go on the bookshelf because all of my unread books will be on 2 TBR carts. We're moving up in the world, okay? We're becoming professionals 3 years into doing booktube. So it's fine.
Hey, listen, that's about how long it took me. So
hello, Jen. Working through the end of Hills of Shivers and Shadows while I wait on a room drop. This is also a book on my TBR for this year. Vanessa told me I need to read this. And I don't know. Honestly, the last book that Vanessa told me to read, I gave, I think, 4.5 or 5 stars. So yeah. But this is by Pam Goodwin, I think, who wrote, oh God, what is that book called? I can't even think what the book is. I just know that it was a dark cowboy romance. I gave it 2 stars. I did not enjoy it at all. They read it for Smutella, which is how I got talked into doing it, because I had sprints, 24-hour sprints or something over the time that Smutella was going. So they were like, "Oh, Neva, you have to read it." And then I read it with everybody, and I was like, this was not a good book. So, but I'm willing to retry something else by this author. I am willing to give authors 3 chances. So Elle Kennedy, I'm so sorry. She's had her 3rd chance. I DNF'd an Elle Kennedy book today. And
you're nicer than I am. You usually get 2 unless the 3rd one's a really good concept.
I will give it, especially with dark romance, I'll give it 3 chances.
Yeah.
Because one author can really vary in how they write dark romance depending on the subject in which they're writing dark romance around. Knotted, that's what that book was called. It was called Knotted. And to be honest, I just figured out that I'm not like a huge cowboy romance person, although I am going to read the second. Kelsey, let me know when you want to read the second book for
I'm going to read it in March. Do you want to read it in March?
Yeah, that's fine. I have the audiobook. So if it goes away, I'll just put it on hold again, but I think it'll be fine because I have it for like 21 days or something. And it just came in, I think, yesterday. So I should have it for plenty of time.
Yeah, message me if you're getting close to like it having to be returned. We'll just start it early.
But yeah, I'm totally cool. I have so many buddy reads in March, but it's fine because most of them I have audio for. So nice. Hello Patricia, happy Friday, happy 24-hour sprints. The midnight here, so we'll be going to bed shortly, but looking forward to joining in the morning, reading Ignite by Melanie Harlow. I'm obsessed. We love to be obsessed with a book. Kate is also reading Scythe and Sparrow for now. Might start something else. Wonderful. Hello Sabrina, trying to finish the Starless Crown. Got about 25%. You can do it. We have so many people in here. I'm just like watching the number jump. Like it just went from 59 to 43. And I'm just Kendra and Kate are reading the same book. That's so fun. Glenda is finishing up People of Means by Nancy Johnson, then continue reading a sport/small town romance called The World Around Us. Wonderful. Hello to Margaret. Eve Harris, I feel like I haven't seen you in so long. How are you? Hello, Katie. We're just living life. February has not been a kind month, okay? But it's fine. We're coming out from the other side, okay? The grief part is over. Now it's just dealing with life. It's fine. Yeah. I'm gonna be fine. Everything is fine. It's fine. Pizza for dinner. Wonderful. Hello, Ro. How are you? I haven't read in so long. It's about damn time. LOL. You know what? Sometimes we just need a break from reading. I actually checked yesterday to see how many books I'd read this month, and I've only read 5. And one of them was a novella that I read yesterday in one sitting. So, like, it's fine.
Your girl has read 5.
Here's the thing. I read, I'm at 14 books. So, I read, I think, 7 books last month or 9 books last month. And I usually don't do very well, reading-wise. I usually only average, 2 to 4 books between January and February anyway. So I'm ahead of the game. Okay.
Yeah, you're fine. You're good.
I love the characters in this one so much. Honestly, I loved Butcher and Blackbird. Leather and Lark, I don't know. I'm 21% into this and it's fine. It's not, at least right now, it's not as good to me as Butcher and Blackbird was. But I have really high hopes for Scythe and Sparrow because I liked the characters in that when we met them in Butcher and Blackbird. I didn't necessarily care about the characters in Leather and Lark when we met them in Butcher and Blackbird. So I think that's where my disconnect is coming in. It's not bad by any means. Like, I'm still like enjoying it, and it still gives me like that comedic whatever of Butcher and Blackbird. I just don't connect to the characters quite the same as I did with Butcher and Blackbird. So hello, Chrissy. It's so good. I'm reading the series with Vanessa, so I agree that you need to read it. Okay, so y'all are buddy reading this series. Okay, that's awesome. See, okay, I'm gonna read it. It is on my list. I've had to move some things around because of the year already starting off with a bang. So this actually might be a series that gets tacked on to the ones that I want to focus on this year, to be honest, just so I can like get it done. Chrissy is reading Legends and Lattes. I hope you love this book. I love this book. I have special editions of this book. Okay. Well, I have one special edition of the book. But even so, I love Legends and Lattes. It won't be for everyone, but I do. And Samira is editing some dinner.
Editing some dinner. Okay.
Way too early in this for me to not be able to speak.
That is a really fun way to say cooking.
Right?
Yeah, actually.
I'm just gonna edit some ingredients and make dinner.
Right. Eating some dinner, then I will get to Mile High by Liz Tomford. Is this Tomford or Tom 40?
Tomford, I think.
Okay, because I've seen it said so many different damn ways. I'm like, who is saying it correctly? I don't know. Probably. Yeah. Awesome. I hope that you like this one. I liked Mile High, but I did not like the second book, so I just DNF'd the series. I'm be honest. I just didn't see a point doing with the series because I was like, I don't like the second book. You know, edit ingredients and post dinner. Exactly.
See,
exactly.
Listen, I edit when I'm cooking all of the time.
You
do the recipe the way that they say the first time, just to see how it turns out, and then you figure out how to make it better.
Yep.
They never want to put enough salt in shit.
That's so true, honestly.
Yeah.
Or pepper.
Or spices in general.
Yeah.
I always have to double it.
There is Kelsey.
Or garlic.
There is a cookbook that I got because it's like dinners for one and it walks you through. He has a recipe for spicy chicken. Do you guys want to guess what the spice is?
Paprika.
Lowry's.
Worse.
Go right now.
Okay. It's black pepper. Black pepper is, and I was like, no,
what?
Honey.
No.
As we're not. We're going to add some stuff to this because that is not spicy chicken. I saw that recipe and I almost died just laughing at it. I was like, you're why people have a bad name when it comes to spices. This is this shit. So, anyways,
that's crazy.
Consistently, the recipe consistently. You need to add salt. You need to add other seasonings. You need to add herbs. I was like, okay, yeah, it's great place to start.
Yeah, yeah.
E. Harris is starting the book. Don't get pregnant. Very timely read due to recent events. Yeah. Kendra is a pepper girl. Tennille said that their parents think garlic is spicy.
There is a point if you put enough garlic in something, especially if it's raw.
Listen, my sister used to be like, it used to say that ketchup was spicy, and I mean, she did this into adulthood.
Is she allergic?
No,
it's a nightshade, so that's
weird.
I had a phase where I did a very specific diet that like had you cut out all starches. And so in order to like replace mashed potatoes, I did cauliflower mashed potatoes. Problem is I can't stand the taste of cauliflower. And so it was garlic cauliflower mashed potatoes. And so what ended up happening was I ended up putting up in so much garlic that it was in fact actually a little bit zesty. Oh yeah, you got to be careful, Samira. Like the line between just enough salt and not like too much, so thin.
Garlic is delicious. I love garlic.
You measure garlic with your heart. You don't measure it with teaspoons.
Yeah.
So
Now, I heard somebody watching a video. I heard somebody say a heart's worth of garlic.
Yeah.
Like whatever your heart wants. Like,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Garlic is
it's so good.
Honestly.
But you can't have too much of it. As I found out.
Okay, are we ready to do our first sprint, friends?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm just going to stick to hour-long sprints because we're only going to be here for 4 hours, and then we're going to go over to Brooklyn's channel. So there is a whole thingy schedule over on my community tab, like I said, and then right above that post, like when you go to my community tab, there will be a post that has the playlist. If you want to follow the playlist but you didn't follow it to begin with, you'll have to like click the stream in the playlist and then it will take you through. It may not close you out. Sometimes from my phone it won't actually close me out of the playlist or out of the stream. It will just like kind of redirect my YouTube to the playlist. And then there is a full schedule of who is going to be hosting at what time also on my community tab right underneath that first playlist. It's called Cassidy.
Is this about me being done with garlic or is this about the dude that thought pepper was spicy?
Listen, man.
I was birthed by one of those people that thinks pepper is spicy. Like she hit a certain age and could not do black pepper anymore. Meanwhile, like I got some of my father's spice tolerance, but not all of it.
Here's the thing. I'm not a huge black pepper fan, but it's not because it's spicy. I just don't prefer the taste of it.
See, I feel like everything needs a little bit of it a lot of the time. Like just a pinch.
Hello, G.
It makes me sneeze if I like am not like I'll be like when I'm pouring it. Not when I eat it.
That does happen.
I'm like
Yep.
I've had times where I have accidentally put in too much black pepper and then gone like, well, I can just like blow it off and then be like, that was a bad idea. Close the eyes. So the eyes were fine. It gets all up in your nose.
oh man.
Hello, Jean at 50% of Rule by Jay Crownover. Wonderful. We are gonna go into our first sprint. Margaret, what are you working on?
This is my this is my page count blanket. So this is what I've read every single day so far, except for on February 3rd.
Look at you go.
Yeah.
So it's how many pages you read every day.
It's like a temperature blanket, but pages read.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
You will see me. I'm caught up for the first time in my life. I've stayed caught up on this thing. The yarn is so nice. I love this yarn. You will see me working on my genre blanket from last year at some point, just because I do need to. Don't fall. I do need to finish that before Joann's fully goes out of business, because that is all
Joann.
All Joann's brand yarn. So. Anyways,
your page count blanket looks awesome.
I know. I'm very happy
with it. Like you're gonna have 365 rounds.
I am. Yeah, it's a square linen stitch. I think it's probably going to get cut in June, and I'm just gonna have 2 blankets.
Okay. I'm just like that's gonna be harder and harder to keep up with because it's gonna be like bigger.
I have little tabbies. I have stitch markers that I bought that have the date, like so I can put the exact date that I'm on.
Nice.
So I have different things I'm doing so that I can keep track of what the fuck did I just do? Okay. So I can keep track of where I am on it. It is Lion Brand Homeland, Jean. and I don't have any of it. Oh wait, I do have it. Come here.
Listen,
Heartland. Sorry, Lion Brand Heartland. They're all named after different national parks.
It's so pretty.
listen. I'm going to be a crocheter yet. Okay, I'm ordering some woobles. I made Ari pick out some that she wanted, like me to make her, so that I can learn how to do this.
Nice.
Tennille says, I'm concerned for you come December, Margaret, from someone who's made that type of blanket before.
Tennille, I am a weirdo that cannot do anything normally. And as I got to the end of January, I was like, oh, mistakes have been made because this isn't going to just be one blanket. I was like, why did I have to be fancy? Why couldn't I just do a regular temperature blanket like people do?
That's not what we do, Margaret.
That's not, yeah, that's just not me. But yeah, like I said, Tennille, I'm gonna swap it, or I'm gonna switch things up like halfway through the year.
Sabrina
I'll
just
go
learned.
all the way through June.
Sabrina just learned to crochet and is making a genre blanket this year. I am still trying to figure out how to do a genre diamond painting because I think I'm gonna have to convert it from a cross stitch pattern. But I found a cross stitch pattern that is bookshelves, and I'm thinking that might work. I just have to go watch the videos that I've watched before from someone that I follow on how to do the conversion process.
I feel like that should be pretty easy because it's all square.
Yeah, because I also need to know like diamonds and all that. You know what I mean? Like obviously I don't have to order all the diamonds, but I have to like pick the colors and then figure out how. Because my thought process is that I might have to do them in sections. Because when you convert a cross stitch pattern to a diamond painting, it's bigger as a diamond painting. Like it's larger scale.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to have to do it in sections and then put all the sections together at the end. So, yeah. Jean said you have a different color for how many pages you read per day.
Yes, I do.
It's like a range, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's like a range. Yeah. So the gold is I do have a color for 0 page days. That's like a tan. Gold is 1 through 10. The red is 11 through 50. 50 through 100 is the purple. This teal color, there's like a teal color here that is 50, 101 to 50. And then like this is 151 to 300. And then the green is 300 plus. We don't have a 500 plus yet because I haven't had a 500 plus day, but I assume that's going to probably change. I just was like, I can only buy so much yarn in one trip. So anyways, she says having just bought like $70 worth of yarn at Joann's because it was on sale.
So here's the thing. The reason I think that this is going to work is because I have actually found people on YouTube and on Instagram that actually do these. And they started as like a Shark Tank company. Like they were on Shark Tank. And some people don't, but I personally trust Shark Tank because if it's a product they don't think is going to work or is proved to not work, they're not going to put their money behind it.
Right.
And yeah, but I have watched other people do
Oh yeah, Woobles they're everywhere now.
So I think it's
pretty reputable
company. And they're really good. They're a really good place for a lot of people to start.
The harder they get, I think once you get into like the intermediate and the expert level ones, they don't come pre-started for you. Yeah. Because the Beetlejuice kit that I saw online, like on their website, because they're licensed for that, what they only start Beetlejuice and Lydia for you. The other two are marketed as being intermediate and they don't come with like a pre-started thing. So, which I mean, to me makes sense because then anybody could use them. Yeah. You know, because it could be theoretically frustrating for somebody who already knows how to do it to have it pre-started. And And also like I guess like if you're gonna do your own project outside of Woobles, like you would need to know how to start.
To know how to start it. Yeah. I know how to do a magic ring because I had to for this one and for the blankets I made my parents. Do I have to look it up every time? Yes, I do.
Yeah, I do too.
Like in my brain, I'm like, I know how to do this, but do I wrap it and then do I?
Yeah.
Speaking of, thank you, Neva. I need to look up the Lord of the Rings ones.
Yes, they have Lord of the Rings ones.
Because they have Lord of the Rings ones, and I'm like, I don't need to do Woobles. I'm not a big like little stuffed animal.
Margaret, listen to me. If you don't
want
want
Lord of the Rings,
if you don't want to make them, I'll order them and I'll make them for you.
No. I want to make them.
But if you want to make them,
I'm gonna make them now.
And I will say that their kits that are licensed are more expensive, but like I expect them to be.
Yeah,
I think the Beetlejuice one, it comes with 4 characters, and it was like $125. But I kind of expect it to be more expensive because first of all, they're licensed.
$200, but it does come with crochet hooks.
Oh, it's like a diamond painting.
Everything.
Yeah.
That's why I'm willing to pay that much because I'm like, okay, but it literally comes with matching crochet hooks, all of your yarn. It comes in like a little packet. So like if you need to travel with it, it would be easy enough and you don't have the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It comes with everything.
I can just get them individually too. Okay.
And the yarn that's in it, like, is really quality yarn.
It's good
like
yarn.
It's good yarn, especially to learn on, but just like it doesn't snag, it doesn't like that's what I hear. I've never done one of
so
them.
I'm
like when I've watched like videos and stuff.
I'm gonna order I think the Beetlejuice one, and then Ari really wants the Hello Kitty one, so I think I'm gonna order just Hello Kitty as a character. I'm not gonna order like the whole package. And do that. Because it looks quality to me. Like I'm willing to pay. I mean, it comes with everything that you need. Plus, then I'll just have a whole bunch of cute crochet hooks.
Do I need the custom crochet hooks, guys? I could do this without the custom crochet hooks and save $30.
I feel like you'll have fun
here.
I'd love to make this type of blanket, but I don't read every day. I think it's just going to look weird. I mean, I think that's why some people tend to do genre blankets instead, because then you wouldn't have to read every day. But I know Margaret had a goal.
Has a goal every book that you read
for trying to read every day. Yeah, because I think that's why a lot of people just do a genre blanket, is because then you're just categorizing the books that you read and not every day.
Yeah. I specifically wanted to like track my reading every day in some way, and I've tried doing like those like pixel things in your bullet journal. This works for me apparently because I've stayed up to date and I haven't Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna get the whole thing. It's fine. I got paid.
Hi, Melissa. Recovering from surgery. We'll be reading The Housemaid is Watching. I hope you're recovering well.
I hope it went well, Melissa.
No, there's no conversion in the colors. The DMC will be the same. But I have to decide on what colors I want to use and then do some research on quality diamonds, because I'm not going to buy, like, I don't want to buy off of like Amazon if I'm trying to make something that I'm going to hang up, you know?
Fair.
But yeah, the DMC colors won't matter. The DMC colors won't actually matter.
Neva, have you seen what the tension ring is?
Yeah.
The tension ring that comes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they really went all out with the Lord of the Rings one.
Oh.
Hello, Steph. We've arrived at our vacation destination. Unpacking, getting organized. First thing, we'll probably read a bit once I'm settled. Wonderful. Have a wonderful vacation. Yeah, they start it for you. So you have like a little, it's like this big, and it has a marker in it, and it's already started. And then it comes with like a tutorial, like each one comes with a tutorial specifically for that one that you're working on. Like it's a whole like thing.
Yeah.
And I just need some kind of an activity that's not my Kindle that I can bring outside of the house.
Yeah.
My Kindle is still going to go outside the house with me every time I leave it. But also it would be nice to have like a crochet project. I don't listen, knitting is too cumbersome for me. Knitting annoys me. I know how to knit. I'm decent at knitting. It's too much crap. Okay. It's like 2 needles and then you have to have like a yarn bag. It's just too much. I don't have the time.
Oh,
At least with crochet, like it's 1 crochet hook and like whatever ball of yarn you're using.
I regret to inform you that the only real difference between the cumbersomeness of crochet and knitting when you get into some of the bigger projects is simply that you have 1 less needle.
Well, yes, when you get into bigger projects, but even with smaller projects, I find knitting to be very annoying.
Yeah. I just feel like knitting isn't as forgiving as crocheting is.
Yeah.
Like crocheting is so
there's that too.
It doesn't forgive you when you make a mistake.
And I also feel like with knitting, because I have done smaller scale projects like stuffed animals with knitting before, or like small like baby hats or whatever, it's still like, first of all, it is way less forgiving, but it's still a lot of crap that I have to carry around. And like, I just don't feel like it.
Yeah.
I didn't think Magic Ring was that difficult when I first started. I only made little crochet animals in the beginning, so I had to make loads of magic rings. Yeah.
I started with a blanket. I know it's funny because we've made it to the end. Okay, cool. That's done. I found that like it's easier for me to keep track of stitches with knitting, but it's a lot easier for me to figure out how to fix mistakes when I'm crocheting. Like I understand how to fix those which I mean, my usual thing with crochet is just I'm just gonna rip it out. And it's much easier to frog crochet than it is to frog knitting because I have to be like, okay, I've got to thread the needle in.
So I have cross stitched, but I switched to diamond painting because cross stitching and listening to an audiobook does not work for me. I have to concentrate too hard on cross stitching because you have to count. And in this era of like cozy activities, I need cozy activities that allow me to turn my brain off. Like I need to be able to watch a show or like focus on a show or focus on an audiobook while I'm doing the cozy activity.
Yeah, I specifically have crochets that have the pattern printed on them for D&D, so I can still do that and also pay attention to the game. Has it ever been an issue? No, I'm always able to pay attention to the game. It's just sometimes I miscount things.
Right, that's fair.
So
okay, we are at the end of the comments. So we are going to do a sprint now. I think. Maybe. Oh, hello, Christina.
That hurt, but I'm going to enjoy it. It's fine.
It's fine. It's going to be worth it when you have all these cute little Lord of the Rings
characters. They'll just go on my fantasy shelf. It'll be great.
And then you'll just get to look at them all the time. You'll be like, look at these wonderful characters I made.
Listen, I have spent 3 times this much buying Critical Role and Dimension 20 merch.
That's what I'm saying. It's fine, Margaret.
Yeah. I mean, if you know you're going to do it, like.
Yeah. And that's
I have a tendency to like be like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this. And then it sits in its box for like a while. And then I'm like, that's. You're going to do it. So
watch me go through like a phase where I'm like, no, I'm not doing any crochet whatsoever. Like I'll go for months without doing any. And then I'll be like, okay, now all we're doing is crochet. I just accept that things come and go in phases.
I do that with diamond painting. Like right now I have the same diamond painting I've had set up for the last like 4 months, still set up over there. And it's not a big diamond painting. Okay. It's a damn 13 by 13 inch diamond painting. It's not big. Okay. It should be done by now. It should have taken me like a week. It's fine. Yeah. At some point during these 24-hour sprints, I'll go over there to my corner and I'll diamond paint. Probably whenever I switch to audiobooks.
Nice. Yeah, I need to.
Thank you. We're gonna sprint for 24 hours. I taught a ton of people over November and December how to crochet, and everyone's gone at their own speed. But we've completed 3 blankets so far.
Nice.
That's so fun.
Awesome.
Okay, so we're going to do an hour sprint. We'll kind of just play it by ear, but we'll probably be able to do like 2 1-hour sprints, and then we might have to do like a shorter one at the end, or we'll have to do like a longer chat at the end. Whatever we're going to do. I don't know. Who knows? This is 24-hour sprints. It's always chaotic. So, yeah. So we will see everybody in 1 hour. Hello.
Hello.
How did we do, friends?
I did not get to read. I edited a video, and that's about it.
Sorry.
Okay,
I went and got some supper, but I was listening, and I got to chapter 11 of Not My Kind of Hero.
Wonderful. I read like 30. Like 35 pages ish of Fucking Sweet, and I did annotate some more in this too. So, yeah, I don't know where Margaret is, but whenever she comes back, we will ask
She
her
said
how.
that she might miss this chatty bit because she had dinner related things.
Oh, I must have missed a message. Hold on. I wasn't paying attention to my phone, so.
I didn't see it either.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so she's eating, so that's fine. I just didn't see it because I had like I like looked up hockey romance ambiance on YouTube, so I just like had that playing
Nice.
while I was reading. You know, it was putting me in the mood. Okay, let me see where we left off. Here we go. Christina is lurking for a while during supper, then going to work on the porch. Snow collapsed the porch roof, and we need to get it cleared. Oh no!
Ooh,
It's terrible. Hello to Jess. Welcome. Chrissy made nachos and ate them. Finished a love song for Ricky Wilde and updated my journal. Think I'll just read fanfic for the rest of the night as a palate cleanser to keep me from burning out. That is totally fair. E. Harris read 10 pages. Wonderful. Sabrina got to 84% and now eating supper. Wonderful. Hillary read 28 pages in her reread of The Rage of Dragons. I don't know what this is in reference to. Hold on.
Me neither.
I don't either.
Oh, a pattern for a crocheted.
Oh, Kendrick from the Super. Okay.
Kendrick Lamar, I think, is who she's talking about.
Oh, that would make sense.
But yeah, I'm going to just continue on with Fucking Sweet because I'm just going to try to read as much as I can physically until I get like too tired to read physically, and then I'll switch to audiobooks. That's what I'm doing. So what is everyone else planning on doing in the next sprint?
I'm hoping to read. I'm 50 pages into this now, so I'd love to get like closer to 100. Because it's like 336, and I'm one room behind currently, so I need to get caught up. Because I know Rainy's going to cause some chaos this week. Well, I don't know. I'm guessing that Rainy's going to do a prompt drop this weekend because it's been a couple days.
Yeah,
So
logic tells you it's coming.
Right. Logic tells you with how this readathon
It has to, because we still have a couple rooms left. So I'm like,
Yeah.
and it's a short month, you know?
Yeah, we have like a week left of the month. So
yeah. So I'm like, okay, better, because I don't want to get 2 rooms behind. Like 1 room behind isn't the worst. You can guess the murder at the end, or the weapon murder person at the end, as long as you've read like 6 of the rooms. So once I finish this, I'll be good. But I don't want to get too far behind. So yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah, I just finished the billiard room today, and so then this is my recommendation for the study. So I'm on the correct room now, but I also have 2 bonus books that I finished that I haven't been able to log.
Wow, that's my problem too. I have a bonus book. I'm like, I need to finish one, but I haven't been able to yet. Like since I finished that one, before I was on track and finishing early, and then now that I have a bonus book, it's like I can't log it until I get caught up. So
yeah.
I'm probably gonna also eat in this sprint because I haven't actually eaten anything for dinner yet. So I'm probably gonna eat something, which means that I won't read while I'm eating. I'm not really one to like read while I eat. I usually like watch a show or something.
I don't mind if I have like my Kindle, but I've learned that if I read a physical book while eating, like I often will like spill something on it or something. So
Yeah,
I just try to avoid it.
Even with my Kindle, I don't even tend to do audio while I'm eating.
Yeah, I usually do a video or like maybe my Kindle I'll read.
Yeah. I usually take eating time to like watch something. So I'm probably going to watch more of 90 Day the Other Way because they just started a new season. I think it comes out on like Monday nights or whatever. I don't know. I have it written down in my planner. But it comes out like on Mondays. They just dropped a new season. So I watched that episode. But then I realized as I was watching Pillow Talk, which if you don't know what that is, Pillow Talk is like people from other 90 Day Fiance shows will watch like the current season of whatever 90 Day Fiance show is going on. And it's like a commentary thing. Oh. But when I watched Pillow Talk for this last season of Before the 90 Days, of 90 Day the Other Way. Right now we're on Before the 90 Days. There's so many of them. I realized that I didn't know half of the people that were giving commentary. So I paid attention to like which show each of the people I didn't recognize were from. And two of them were from seasons of Before the 90 Days, which is like the other way, which is when the American goes to the other country and like lives there. Ooh. So I've been like binging old seasons because I don't know where I missed these people. I thought I had watched every season of Before the 90 Days, but apparently I have not. So I'm rewatching things that I've already seen, trying to figure out where these people came from. You know? But now
I have never watched 90 Day Fiance.
I've watched it like off and on certain seasons, so I'm like not kept up with it very much.
But I did enjoy Married at First Sight.
I am going to be doing basically like a whole recap every week in my what are those called? In my Whippin' chats for this new season of Before the 90 Days. No, is it Before the 90 Days? No, this new season of The Other Way. Because then like you don't have to watch it if you don't want to. Like I think it's interesting to watch like the visa process and stuff, but like really it's just a lot of drama. Like I just watched it because like my best friend got me to watch it and I was like, okay, my best friend in Indiana, and I was like, I guess I'll watch it. And now I'm like sucked into it, and I watched like The Single Life, which was like a spin-off. And then there's like 90 Day the Other Way.
I mean, everyone needs like a trash TV show, I feel like. So.
Well, and now they have The Last Resort, right? Which is where there are couples that are still together that go to this resort for like marriage counseling. They all go together. It's like a group of 6 couples and they go for marriage therapy. And like at the end, they have to decide if they're going to stay married or not. And like, listen, I don't even call it a guilty pleasure because like I don't feel guilty about watching it. It's just like so ridiculous. Like The Last Resort, I'll say, is a bit less ridiculous just because like they are legitimately working with therapists that are legitimately trying to help them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And this season they do this, I think it's called Pillow Talk, I think, but it's them, like the couples that were on this season of The Last Resort are the ones commentating as they're watching themselves. And I think that that's like really cool and like helpful, like to them as people.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is just trash, to be honest. It's just trash. Like it's just like on right now, the season of Before the 90 Days I'm on, The Other Way, I don't even remember this man being on this show. Like they said that at some point he was on another season or something, but I don't remember this person being on there, but he's on this current season and he's like I think in his 60s or 70s. Like he's an older gentleman. He has grown children. And then the chick that he's like bringing to America is like my age, somewhere between like Kelsey's age and my age. Okay. He's not like super, like she's not like old or anything like that. He gets her pregnant like with a kid, right? And his daughter is like, dude, I think she's using you for like the visa. And then we see like a sneak peek thing of him asking her for a prenup, and she freaks out about a prenup. First of all, ma'am, if you're coming from another country and like this man is wealthy, like he has wealth, I'd be asking him why he didn't give me a prenup. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. Because like I don't know. Like if I just feel like if you're with somebody who is like makes a lot of money or have like a lot of wealth, like before you were together, it makes sense to get a prenup. Maybe prenups just make more sense in my brain than to other people. I don't know. But like you would think you would want to like protect their assets. But what do I know? I don't know. I'm not a hungry person, so who knows?
I would think like if you're marrying somebody that has grown children, I think a prenup makes sense because you're taking care of your children. Like, you know, because
right.
Things happen. And like
and also
I know you don't want to plan for things to go bad, but like there's always like
I also feel like
and situations, and it's like
right.
Those adult kids deserve to be taken care of. Like,
and I also
that.
I also feel like the people on this show and it's mostly women on the show, by the way, that freak out about a prenup. I'm just saying, like statistically, in all the years that I've watched this godforsaken show, it's always the women that are like, "You think I only want you for your money?" Like that's exactly what they think, bro, because a lot of them come from, not all, because like we do have some people that have come over from countries where they were very like they legitimately left behind everything they had, like their kids, like a good job, a cushy lifestyle, like whatever. You see that both ways from the Americans that moved to other countries and from like Jasmine. She lived in Panama and she moved here and she lived a much better life in Panama on her own than she did after she moved here with Gino. What she saw in Gino, I don't know. But like the women that freak out about it are usually women that are not better off before they come to America. And then they're like, "You think I want you for your money?" Well, like, dude, if all you do is talk about like, I need $1,000 a week for literally nothing.
That's you specifically asked for like you're specifically looking for somebody that's going to bring you to America. Like
right.
You're
right. And then like before you get
love that you're
make noodles. Okay, I'll make noodles. But then you're gonna get upset. I'll make them in the next part. All right. But then you're gonna get it, or they like they'll be presented with like, "Hey, this is why I'm asking you for this prenup. Anything that happens like after the prenup is signed, like we will share or whatever." Because a lot of them do it that way, where it's any wealth before the person came along, before they were with that person, is protected by this prenup. Anything after that, they basically like work together, whatever. And it always comes down to them being like trying to like gaslight these grown children and be like, "You think I'm going to try to steal all of your inheritance?" Yes, that's exactly what they think. They don't know you.
Yeah.
You're 25. You're a 25-year-old dating an 80-year-old. They're a little concerned that you're going to steal all their dad's like stuff after, if like, you know, he croaks or whatever. And that means that they will be literally left with nothing.
Yeah. And even if it's not the kids that want it, I think that the parents should, like the the dad that has older children, like I think that he should want that for his kids. Like it's not, it's just a like
it's a precautionary thing, dude. That's why we also have postnups in this country. Because then if you didn't think about to do it before you got married, you can do it after. Like, I don't understand. I understand that some, like anything, like any tool that's used to protect you, you can use it to be abusive. Like, I get that.
Right.
I just think that if you both have a lawyer who's going to talk you through this, even if that means you each have to get your own lawyers that meet together, I just don't understand what the like what the huge like stigma around a pre or post nup is. Like if I'm sorry, like if I went into a relationship with like a bunch of wealth, I didn't. Okay. I have no wealth. All right. I have $4 in my bank account. But like if I went into a relationship with a bunch of wealth, it would be a requirement because at the end of the day, like I have Ari, you know?
Yeah.
And I also have 3 children that like hopefully will get some kind of inheritance, even though like legally, like I'm not their mother anymore, but like I still birthed them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, like I would be like, listen, dude, we have to get a post nut or a prenup because I have to make sure that this stuff that I had before go to the kids when they're older, so that they have, even if they just sell it all, like at least they have something to live off of.
Right. Well, and it's like you can make the argument that like if you loved me, you wouldn't ask for this and you wouldn't be planning to like break up with me. But if the person being asked to sign the prenup trusted the person that was asking for the prenup, they should be able to love and trust that they love and trust them enough to not screw them over.
And it's not only in a breakup that a prenup is going to protect your assets. It's also in death or a crazy accident. Like you don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. It's but I feel like people are just like, oh, so you plan on divorcing me? No. But like also what happens if what happens if
also he probably didn't plan on his first divorce,
right? And like what happens if he like goes to sleep and doesn't wake up? Then at least his kids still have like their stuff, like, an inheritance. Like, I don't know. I just feel maybe I'm, I'm probably too logical for 90 Day Fiance. I'm probably too logical. Samira did not read, but pizza was delicious. That's okay. We don't have to read in every sprint. Kristen made oatmeal 2 hours ago and it was in her microwave. And it's been that kind of day. Been there. No. Finished Tennille. I don't know why I had like a brain block there. Tennille finished Danny and Leandra's podcast episode, which was for Day of the Tripids. It was part 2 of that, and listened to some of the ABC murders. She already has a child with him and is shocked by this. He is protecting your child's future as well. Exactly. Simone, exactly. And that's the thing is like, I mean, their child is like a baby, I think like 2 years old or something. But he like lived with them in her country. I don't remember what country she's from. I'm so sorry. Like I'll figure it out before my whip and chat next week. But he lived with them for a while, like while she was pregnant and stuff. Like I think that they may actually have gotten married in her country, which would make sense because a lot of countries you have to be married in order to stay there for a long period of time, and he was there for at least a year. So really it would be getting a post nup if they're already married, but like also he's protecting all children, not just the children he had outside, like his grown children and grandchildren. So like relax. And technically, he'd
really also no different than a will, really. Like,
and honestly, he'd also be protecting you because at least then you would know exactly what you're getting when he does die. Because honestly, statistically, he's gonna die before you.
Yeah,
you're like
we're talking about 90 Day Fiance.
I'm just saying, yes, Denise, we're talking about 90 Day Fiance. I kind of went on a rant about this. It's fine. Honestly, it is what it is. And the thing is like there aren't a ton of age gaps in the 90 Day Fiance universe. There's actually less than I expected when I started watching the show. But we do have a few. And by age gap, I do mean like sizable. I do mean
like 20, 30,
right,
40
like
years,
15 years or more. We don't have as many of those. Now we do have some that are like 22 and 28 or like 25 and 33 or something like that. But like
I don't consider that like a huge, depending on the people's age. Like if it's someone under 18, then that's a different story,
Right.
So.
But like but we do have a couple that are like 22 to 28-year-olds that are dating like, or that, end up getting married to like 50 plus, you know what I'm saying? Which like, I'm not going to judge you for that, but like, at least don't do that just to get a green card. Okay. That's all. It's weird. It's a weird thing to do. Like there's other ways.
Well, and it really makes it for like people that like are trying to go through the proper channels, like it really makes it difficult for them to actually.
And that's why it's the visa process is so difficult, is because you have to have so much proof that you're legitimately doing it, that you're doing it legitimately and not just doing it to get a green card.
Yeah.
So then the people that have like pictures and text messages and like proof of the fact that they're like doing the thing, or like they got married in their country and then they're like, well, this should be enough to prove that like I'm committed to you because like we got legally married here, but then it's not because like there's so many scammers. It's just
Yeah.
you know. Okay, we're gonna do another hour, right? Because I'm going till 10, right? 11.
Your time, yes.
Yeah, so I'm going to 11 or 11 Eastern, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we do another hour, that'll take us to 10 Eastern. Okay, so we'll do another hour and then we'll just play by ear. Either we'll have like a really long chat at the end or we'll do like a shorter sprint. Whichever one we feel like doing. Does that sound good to y'all? Kelsey, are you leaving us? I know you want to get off early.
I'll see if I need to be off by 10, but I'm getting so tired, so I might not make it. So I won't be surprised if I pop out, but I'll message you if I do. So.
Okay, if in case you pop out, is there anything that you want to plug before we go into the sprint?
I have sprints on Tuesday. Not sure when I'm posting my videos, so I won't promote that yet.
Okay, sounds good. Amy, are you good for another hour?
I think I'm good for another hour. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody gets time to promote their things. Okay.
It'll only be 9:00 when we come back. So
Right. Okay, so we will see everybody in an hour. Hello, friends. How did we do?
I did well. I got to page 212 of Not My Kind of Hero. And so I have this much left. So, yeah. I mean, I was at like 120. So almost 100 pages, I guess I read.
Awesome.
It's kind of crazy. But yeah. So, yeah.
How did you do, Margaret?
Absolutely no idea.
Sounds about right. No, I'm just playing.
Give me a moment. I was going to do this earlier, but then I realized I don't have a bobby. I didn't have a stitch marker, and I was going to need a stitch marker, so I had to go find a stitch marker. Instead, nope.
Okay, well, I'll say I did not read. I ate during that sprint, so I watched 90 Day Fiancé. So I will read more of Pucking, whatever this book is, Pucking Sweet in the next sprint.
Very nice.
Nice.
I got to page 244 of this book. So that was 32 pages that time. Made dinner, all that good stuff. So.
What book were you reading, Margaret?
Meredith Margaret.
That's a new one.
Ari calls her
There's a Meredith in my book. I just
Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. So we have me and we have a Megan in my family. So I'm very used to being called Megan. That's the one that I usually get is Megan.
Yeah.
But I'm reading Manslaughter Park by Tears of
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember.
Yep.
I get called Denise a lot.
Oh no.
I also have gotten called Paul before by my grandma, who is my dad. So, you know.
Family resemblance must be strong.
It's pretty strong. I say it's stronger between my sister and I, but I mean, I'm definitely my dad's daughter.
Yeah. That's funny.
So.
Oh, this was sent right after we went into the sprint, but there is I'll explain this. So on this season of 90 Day the Other Way, there is a throuple this time. So yeah, I'm interested to see how this will work out too, since like 1/3 of this couple is from, I don't remember where, Mexico maybe, but she's from a foreign country. And so they talked like in the first episode about how the couple in America would have to get legally divorced, and then one of them would have to marry her for her to get to do the fiance visa. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's interesting. I mean, they seem very, the couple that is in America that are married to each other, they seem very confident like in their relationship. And like, I mean, polyamory can work if you do it ethically, but like, I don't know about the chick that they're bringing over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know that I would go to a completely different country for.
Yeah.
Especially not that kind of situation without knowing. I mean, I guess it is
States,
and that was bad enough. So
yeah,
not like that.
That show Seeking Sister Wives, where the couple decided they wanted to, and then went to a different country, and she like whatever, and it was a whole thing. And
it was a whole thing. Yeah, I watched Seeking Sister Wife when it was like on. I kind of wish they'd bring it back because I did like that show, but that show definitely they referred to themselves throughout that show as being polyamorous, and I was like, this is polygamy. This is not polyamory. Like there is a difference.
Yeah.
Like it's one thing. Okay, in polyamory, it is one thing if like there is such a thing as being monopoly, which is where like one part of the polycule chooses to be monogamous with whoever they're with, right? So like in my polyamorous relationship, technically you could say that I was monopoly because I didn't seek out other partners, but like that's a choice that you make as a person. It doesn't make you less polyamorous, and it doesn't make it like the point of polyamory is that everyone has their own autonomy to do what they want with their bodies ethically, which means you have to communicate. Some people weren't very good at that. But like what they're doing in Seeking Sister Wife is polygamy.
Yeah.
Women are not able to go date other men.
Yeah.
Because someone told me that they were like, oh yeah, it's a polyamorous show. So I went into it thinking it was about polyamory. It's
Of
not.
course not. No, you hear Sister Wives? Nah, it's not.
Well, I mean, except that me and my best friend refer to each other as sister wives. So
Yeah, that's not what we're gonna get when we're looking at a TV show. That's Mormon shit.
well, and I will say also that because of the way that Sister Wives, the show, exploded after all the breaking up happened and the divorces happened.
Yeah.
There are people that like have friend groups that they refer to as being sister wives because of the way Janelle and Christine made that still work for them, even though they're not married to the same man anymore.
Yeah.
You know? So I didn't immediately write it off because it was called Seeking Sister Wife. But then I was like, I hope y'all know this is not polyamory, because that's not what it is at all.
My brain is gonna go to, oh, it's Mormon shit first, and then be pleasantly surprised if it's not.
Well, and the person that told me about Seeking Sister Wife is a polyamorous person, which is why I went into it the way I did. And then I even said to her, I said, you do realize this is polygamy? And she was like, yeah, the further into this that I got, I realized that. Because not all of the couples were super upfront about the fact that only the man was allowed to date.
Mm-hmm.
So
in default, when I see something like that, I assume that that's what's going on.
Yeah. Well, you know. This was when I didn't realize the timer was not moving. And here's the thing is I looked at it at one point. I got up, I left the room, I came back, and I was like, why is this at the same time?
Happens.
And then I realized that Amy had like sent a message that was like, hey girl.
Hey girl, hey.
I have never started a message with "Hey girl" in my life.
She definitely didn't say "Hey girl." Okay,
I am not cool enough to pull that off.
She just said the timer is not going. That's what she said. Alex finished their book in the last sprint. Wonderful. Going to move on to Housemates. Yeah. See, this was still when I had no timer. My bad. Y'all got an extra like 10 minutes of reading. It's fine. This is what happens when I'm trying to do 24-hour sprints with a sick child. I just forget to do things. It's fine.
That's fine. It happens. Sick child takes priority.
A little extra sprint time.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's fine. It's kind of like when Amy's substitute teacher, accidentally gave the kids an hour to read. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, how terrible for the children.
She set the timer for 2 hours instead of 20 minutes.
So they read for 2 hours instead of 20 minutes.
They didn't make it that long. It was like probably 40 minutes, and they were like, "This seems like a long time."
How if I had been in that classroom as a child, I literally would have been like, "Shut up!"
I would have been like, "The timer hasn't gone off yet."
Shh! They've gotten me here. Just let them leave us be. Shh! I was that kid. I was just like, bro, nobody's asking anything of us.
Yeah. Right. And then they all come back the next day and they're like, Miss Bowman, guess how long we were in? It's like,
good for them.
I was like, first of all, how come you never do that for me? I would like to lose track of time and just read the whole time. What? They're like, we'll do it someday.
That's when you trick them. You go, oh, was that fun? Would you like to do it again? If you ask nicely.
Are you done eating then?
Which I do. So March 4th.
Go to bed.
It goes with Read Across America Week. So on March 4th, I'm actually going to do a silent reading parties in all my classes that day. Mm-hmm. So they'll just grab their books and we'll read for like 20 minutes. Nice. And then we'll just do reading sprints all class. And I bring treats and everything. And it works out as Fat Tuesday this year. So that's even more fun. And
that's fun. What age range do you usually teach? I don't know if we've talked about that. What age range do you teach?
5th through 8th grade.
Okay. Okay.
She's
So
in
you, oh, God bless you. That's middle school.
Yeah.
They
I
are
love
either the absolute sweetest at that age or making you tear your hair out the entire time.
or both at the exact same time. Yeah.
So-
Yeah. I actually had one student look at me and he was like, as I'm like yelling at him, and we're getting not yelling. I wasn't yelling at him, but he was doing something stupid and I was calling him out on it. And he's sitting there and he was like, I just feel like it would be really difficult to have to keep a straight face after that stupid thing I just did.
Listen, as a parent, I can absolutely say that when your kid does something stupid or they say something they're not supposed to, it takes everything in you not to laugh. So I feel like it's harder for teachers because, like, teachers, like,
you've got to deal with 20 of those.
yeah,
At the same time.
like I don't know if anybody else watches the Pink Science Teacher like on YouTube and TikTok. I think she has TikTok, but I watch her like on Instagram Reels.
Mm-hmm.
And she like does these videos. I think she teaches middle school, I think. But she does these videos where she like impersonates her students. So she'll be like things my students say, and it's like the funniest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like the things that she says, I'm just like, bless you, dude. She's like the Elle Woods of teaching.
I taught I was in charge of my church's drama thing for 3 years, and I primarily taught like high schoolers, so that was fun. They wanted to be there. It was great. Like everybody wanted to be there. They had to audition, yada yada yada. Yeah. Or I made them read things basically. I was like, okay, you're gonna have to read the script.
Right.
I had a couple of girls, like they were church girls. One was a pastor's daughter. I had a couple of girls that were like just really sweet, and they did their best, and like they were on top of things. And I was like, yeah, you guys definitely probably have anxiety, don't you? And then I had one of them. I was like, you are going, like you're a real smart kid. You are so self-absorbed. And it was all in that same age range. So it was like I had all of these different experiences with the same 3 girls that were the same age, and just watching. I was like, yeah, I can see why middle school is rough. I'm glad I skipped it. I'm glad I missed that shit. I either would have been public school would have been interesting for me because I either would have been one of the popular kids or I would have been miserable the entire time. And I don't know which one it would have been.
Yeah. My kids are my students are very like, I hate school and I don't want to be here, but like, I like this school and I'm okay with being here. I know I have to do some kind of school. So this is fine.
If I have to be here, this is the better one to be at, I guess.
Yeah. And they're like, they're good. Like there's, we have to do like every once in a while they'll have to do something. It's like, okay, I can do it just this one time, and they'll do that. And I have very wonderful students that I just absolutely love, that absolutely just drive me crazy. And it's great. I really love my job. Yeah. But some days I feel like I'm going to die. And but
I enjoyed it, but it was a church thing and I had to like write this. I had to do so much work. I had to write the scripts for it and everything. And it just was like, I cannot continue to do this any longer. Okay. I loved my kids. I really did. But like, it was just that one night a week. And then, oh man, there's a reason I'm not at that church anymore. There are some kids from that church that I'm just like, oh, you probably are the like worst person to be around, specifically right now. So,
hello, Brooklyn. Brooklyn is going to be our next stop on the 24-hour train. So, yeah, I will be over there with Brooklyn.
I'll start with y'all, at least.
Kelly finished Valor and is going to dive into Pineapple Street.
I've heard so many good things about Pineapple Street.
Everyone said goodnight to Kelsey. She left. I'm changing
I heard
the sound on that. That is
that chime in the other from the other room, and I was like, "Wait, shoot! Did I not shut down my game? Oh no!"
Let me change this really quick because like that sound is actually horrible.
Yeah.
Like I hate everything about that sound. Like it gives me like I heard it and it like gives me anxiety. I don't know like
Something is wrong here. There we go. I fixed it.
I don't even know why it was doing that sound because it was on the chime sounds. That one that was like ding 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 ding. I don't know. Focus is so stupid. Hello Lexi, reading Onyx Storm. I will be picking up Fourth Wing again, but I can't tell you anything about how I feel about it. So.
God bless y'all. I
will be picking up Fourth Wing at some point during these sprints because I have that on audiobook. And I will say this. This is the only thing I'm going to say really about it. In my feelings, I am glad that they seem to have had the audiobook redone.
Yeah.
For Fourth Wing because I did buy Fourth Wing like when it came out. I pre-ordered the first book. I did not pre-order any other subsequent books, so I'm having to borrow the other two from the library. But I bought the first book like as a pre-order off of Audible, and that was a big issue for me. Like I ended up reading it with my eyes a lot because
the audiobook was terrible from what I
was so bad. And it was not the narrator's fault. Like it legitimately sounded like she was on a time crunch and they were like, you have to get this out now. And she was sick with a head cold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the person they have doing it now, she's great. Like it sounds like the audiobook sounds great. But that's all I'm going to tell you. So good luck figuring out how I feel about this book.
Has it changed from what I know?
Maybe.
Okay. We can talk about it in the chat. It's fine. I will expose you on the internet.
Hello, Cherie. Planning to Rhapsody during 24-hour sprints. Listen, I'm not like
trade secrets. I shouldn't be asking about trade secrets.
You will know how I feel eventually, but it's for secrets.
For a project. Yeah.
So, sorry. I got to 50%. Wonderful. But I'm also not gonna like hide the fact that I'm reading it. You're just not gonna know anything about how I feel. So
yeah. I watched Rachel's Onyx Storm video, and there's a part of me that's like, I kind of feel like I have an angle here that I might want to explore. But we'll see. We'll see.
Chrissy got to 63%. Neil got to 80% of the ABC murders. 40 minutes left at listening speed. Wonderful. Chrissy is loving Legends and Lattes.
Of course.
Hillary made stovetop popcorn, put way too much butter even for my standards, but I still ate it.
Does butter make too much butter? I feel like you have to drown it in, like you have to literally soak it in butter before it becomes inedible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like you need to have more butter than popcorn before it becomes fully inedible.
Yeah, me too. I agree.
Yeah.
Alex read 11% of Housemates. Jen did not read as much as she thought, but got from 62 to 65%. Kristen worked out, cleaned, and made some chai. It's 11:15, but hoping I can finish before bed. Tomorrow's not a work day, so maybe I can push bedtime a little.
Nice.
To 96%. We'll definitely finish tonight. Oh wow, we have so many comments. Started Forced by Valis, Beast of the Briar Book 3. It is my last book of Romantasy-a-thon, but I don't know if I will finish it by tomorrow night. I will have to see. Yeah, I've done so bad at readathons this month because I should have had Serpent and the Wings of Night. I only put 2 books on my TBR. Serpent and the Wings of Night and Six Scorched Roses. I've not finished Serpent and the Wings of Night, so I've not been able to move on to Six Scorched Roses. It's possible that I will get Serpents done because I have it on audio before tomorrow. I won't get Six Scorched Roses done because I don't have that one on audio. I'll just have, it's a novella, but like, even so, I have to read it physically.
Yeah.
So, I do need to move on with the Beast of the Briar books, though. I love Sister Wives so much, but Cody is an asshat. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Jen.
He's a best hat and a half.
This is the show that Brittany and I watch every week, and then we discuss it with each other because we both watch it like weekly at this point. It took me like 3 weeks to get completely caught up to like where I needed to be to watch it weekly. I'm gonna say this. I know that people don't feel bad for Robin, but I feel bad for Robin. And I'm going to explain why. I know this is like a hot take and like people are not going to agree with me. I feel bad for Robin because while, yes, I do think that her coming into the family is flipping things. She also, like, we have to remember that Cody promised her something that he didn't deliver on.
That's true. Yeah.
So while, yes, she's choosing to stay in the relationship, and maybe it's because, like, being in I know they're polygamous, but being in a polyamorous relationship as a person that came in to an already established relationship, right? Maybe I just see her side of it a little bit differently, but but Robin did not go into the Brown family expecting Cody to get divorced from the 3 other wives and for her to end up monogamous. She didn't want monogamy. She's never wanted monogamy. Even now, she's still asking Cody if he would ever do polygamy again. Like, she's still asking him that because ultimately she also was promised like this family with all these kids and this like she was promised his life, and then he like fell and hated everybody else, and now she doesn't get what she wanted either.
Right.
And she's stuck with Cody.
Girl, just divorce Cody and go hang out with your sister wives.
That's what I'm saying. But that's just how I feel about it. I know that that's not like a popular opinion, but
it makes sense though.
She got screwed over too. Like, I've talked extensively to Brittany about this because Brittany was like, I don't feel bad for her. And I was like, this is why. And Brittany was like, okay, that does make sense. Because she not only did she get stuck with the ass hat, right? But she also now, like, the other sister wives resent her a lot. And like, I understand their feelings too. But like, she also did not get what she was promised.
Yeah. And a lot of what he did to the others because of Robin was not actually initiated because like he like made the choices that he made and put Robin in the position that she was in to piss off the other wives
on purpose. And that's the thing is like, I just feel like people don't think like, I mean, people don't like Cody, but I don't think that we think about how orchestrated Cody has been in doing this. Like, he set this up this way.
Yeah.
He set it up this way. And then when other wives were coming to him and saying, hey, this is bothering me, he didn't care about that.
Of course not.
So like, at the end of the day, dude, like none of the women in this situation got what they wanted. I'm sorry. That's just how I see it. And here's the thing. Right? I feel like I know why people feel bad for Mary. Listen, Mary is way more. I mean, I am a loyal bitch, okay? I don't know that I would ever have been as loyal as Mary. Like, your marriage fell apart 10 years ago and you still stayed around. Which I get it. A lot of it was like for the kids, you know what I'm saying? But also I'm just like, you are, and then for Cody to turn around in this show and be like, you were never loyal, sir. I'm going to need you to relax. He's told Mary to her face that she gave up too soon. She wasn't loyal. She didn't care about him. She didn't love him. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Margaret. Yes, dude. The first time I heard Cody tell Mary that she was not loyal to him, I prayed that she would punch him in the face on national TV. Like, I wanted her to punch him in the face because I was like, of all of the people that you could accuse, I mean, I guess like you could accuse, like, I don't know.
Well, because she got that like that whole catfish situation.
Yeah, and so you were never loyal.
He was looking for a friend,
right?
But
then she got catfished. But the first time he said to her that she was never loyal to him, I was like, how much more loyalty do you need than a woman that stays in a dead marriage 10 years longer than she should have?
Right. Yeah.
What is loyalty to you? Because I don't understand your point here.
Yeah.
I'm saying, Margaret, that was my face, dude. I remember he said that to her, and I literally got on Boxer and I screamed about it to Brittany.
Y'all are welcome to keep me up. Like, I love following the drama. I just refuse to watch this. I'm not gonna pay for. I'm one of those people. I'm like, I'm not paying.
It comes back
more for
I
more streaming stuff.
I think Brittany said it comes back on the 9th because we're getting like, you know, like the tell-all thing where they talk to Suki. They started doing that like in 2020 where they do like one-on-ones with like the tell-all person. They started doing it in 2020 because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
And that's how they've just kept the format, because they used to do a tell-all where they'd all sit on the couch and like talk or whatever. So in 2020 they started doing that because of the pandemic, plus because their marriages hadn't quite fallen apart yet. Well, not all of them. So when it comes back, I do know that Suki asked, because we see it in the little teaser, she asks Cody if he'd ever had sexual relations with someone before being with Mary. And he's like, I'm going to need to stop you right there. Which tells me everything I need to know, my guy. That means you were out here as a practicing Mormon, like sleeping with people. You're gross.
He was probably just soaking.
Dude, I can't stand Cody. I'm so sorry. And here's the thing, like in earlier seasons, I really believed the things that he said. And then like the further in, I was like, you are like a master manipulator, dude. I can't stand him.
What?
Kristen, me too, but that's mostly because I used to be in an MLM. And I was not good at it. I just want everyone to know, like, I made $0 in my MLM because like I did use the product, and I did the product that I used. Okay, it was for like a wellness workout company. You could probably who it was. And honestly, I was in the best shape of my life doing those workouts, dude. Those workouts were good. Now, I did not do them the way you're supposed to, because all of their workouts are like 6 days on, 1 day off. And I definitely took 2 rest days. But I would do what they refer to as active rest. So I was still doing like yoga and shit.
Yeah. I was I have been in one MLM. My mom's been in a ton of them, but I've been in one MLM. Was called Monavie, and I specifically went into it for the health benefits that they claimed Monavie had.
Yeah.
And like, I would never pay that much for that stuff again, but it did help my skin. So
yeah, I mean, I was in Beachbody before it became
like, I knew what you were in,
and now
I was like, I know
it's not even an MLM component to it. It's all like affiliate based now. Yeah. Like they really just like screwed over everybody. But yeah, I joined it in in 2020. I'll be real.
My mom's been in Amway, Creative Memories, Mary Kay, Monavie's slightly less expensive cousin, Juice, something called Coastal Travel that doesn't even exist anymore. Like, I've seen them all.
I did Avon.
Yeah, a lot of people in my family did Avon. My mom did Pampered Chef at one point.
Yeah. My mom might have done Pampered Chef too.
What was that other one?
What, describe it?
My biological dad did the one that, I hate to say it this way, but I can't remember what the actual company is. But if y'all remember like the Chris Watts case, the MLM that Shanann Watts was part of, he was in that.
I feel like I know what you're talking about, but I don't.
Because it was that was like a big part of that case, because a bunch of like anti-MLM channels came out and like talked about it on their channel. Because they were like, we don't want to focus on the MLM like this is, but because they cover like MLMs, they came out and talked about the case, but I don't remember what the actual name of it was. Hello, Kiana. Literally starting to go to school to become a teacher. Wonderful. Not sure if that is wise or not. Listen, I studied for 2 years during the pandemic to be a 3rd grade teacher, elementary ed, and then I realized that I don't really like other people's children enough to do that. I mean, truthfully, because here's the thing, like my whole life I was like, oh, I could be a teacher, because I felt like it would be like a thing that I could do. And I'm not saying I couldn't do it. I just have figured out that probably not. Just because like first of all, I don't want to go off like on a parent who's a bad parent, but also like
I have never heard of that MLM.
Yeah.
It's called Lavelle.
Yeah, that. He tried to sell it to me and I was like, I'm not buying that shit. Oh, and then my sister was in It Works for like the
Oh
longest.
yeah, I knew quite a few people. I've gotten that gay girl message from
But I
people.
never got the wraps. I actually did buy for my sister from that, and I bought like the coffee,
Mhm.
the like protein coffee or whatever the fuck. It was disgusting. I just want everyone to know it tastes like shit.
We had someone down the
Lavelle
street
was
who
also
worked at
called
work.
Thrive.
Yeah, Thrive. Yeah.
But Thrive
And
was
then,
a product of Lavelle.
well, Thrive is like one of their products, I think.
Yes, it's a product that they
Yeah.
have.
But it's what everyone would talk about, like when they were pushing it, you know. And then I had a friend that was one of my best friends from high school. She was in Pure Romance for a long time. And I will admit I did buy stuff from Pure Romance. To be honest, I actually really like Pure Romance's products.
Yeah. Well, I bought stuff from LuLaRoe. I had two friends in LuLaRoe, and I liked a lot of their stuff. I still have some of the things that I bought because they were nice pieces.
Yeah. Well, they
fit
have
my style, and I liked.
I actually want to see if they have them because I would just order them from the website. But they had because she doesn't do Pure Romance anymore. But they had these lip balm things. They were body sticks because like they have like a tingling sensation to them. But the thing with Pure Romance is that a lot of their products you could use for more than one thing.
Yeah.
So like even though it was like a sexual wellness company, you could use their products for more than one thing. So like even like their lubricant or whatever, it like tasted good. You know what I'm saying? So like you could just like consume it if you wanted to, like whatever. So why you would, I don't know, but you could. Okay. So I would buy these body sticks because they were moisturizing also. So you could use them on your lips like as chapstick.
Yeah, they were hecka moisturizing.
They were so good. And they
got those. Yeah.
They were a bit expensive, but I would buy them. I would have two. My favorite flavors were the pina colada one and then the cucumber melon.
Mm-hmm.
And I would buy them and they would last me like 6 months, one stick, because they were just such big, like, because they were like this big around and they were like super moisturizing. They were honestly like the best chapstick I'd ever used in life.
They used to, like, they came in like tubs. Like, it was a tub that was like this tall, this big. Like, I found it like 2 years ago. I was like, I probably should throw this away. But it was like...
That's funny. I mean, a lot of the time, the issue is not the product itself. A lot of the time, because like they're decent products. I know more than one MLM that has. It's a lot of the lies that they tell to try and sell stuff, the predatory practices, and how overpriced a lot of those products are.
Right, and they're overpriced because they have to pay the whole pyramid, and
except they don't.
Right.
Yeah, like they're not. They're
statistically, you'll make no money.
Most MLMs, their primary customer is the people that work for them that are supposed to be selling. That's their primary customer.
Kiana's reading The Wedding People. I just want y'all to know we're just going to talk for the next 15 minutes. We're not going to do another sprint. So
I kind of figured that's where we were going.
We'll sprint more on Brooklyn Channel. I mean, really, we have a whole 24 hours, so like it's fine. 513th in line on Libby to read The Wedding People. I think I may just have to buy that one.
God bless you, Kristen.
531st. I started 621st. Here's the thing. This is why I personally put books on hold that I don't know that I want to actually own. Is because even if I start like this, like where Kristen is, right? Because I have had that, especially with like my Indiana library card, which they still continue to let me renew, which is great. If it's a book that I know I'm not necessarily needing to read right now, I will put it on hold and just wait.
Yeah. Well, it also like someone that I know from when I was in Gainesville is I don't know if she's published anything recently, but was an author, and I would go through and periodically, like, I'll just request her book. I'm not planning on reading it or anything, but I will request it. I will take it home. I'll keep it with me for a couple of days, and then I will send it back because number one, that shows that people are interested in the book and keeps it in circulation, and number two, that gets it in front of librarians. And I know from like people talking about stuff, like saying like, listen, like having this stuff comes in, sometimes that gets it in front of us, and then it ends up in a display because we reread it.
Well, yeah, and the thing is like with Libby, it does the same thing. Because I actually asked the librarian here. Well, we have more than one, but I asked the head librarian at my local library, and I said, "How is it that you guys see how does it show you if people are like requesting books and stuff?" And she like explained to me that like basically whenever someone checks out a book, if they request like especially if they can see like more than one person is like waiting for that book from our library, once they have like 5 requests behind a book, they will order another copy. But my local library is too small to do things like Hoopla. It's too expensive. They can't afford it. Yeah. So I utilize Hoopla through my Indiana library card because they honestly, that's where I get all my smut from. But they are a big enough, they have like 100 branches out of that one library, like from that one library. So they are able to afford Hoopla because with Hoopla, they're
that makes sense.
They're buying it like they pay so much for the license for each copy.
Yes.
And with Libby, they pay a certain amount to utilize the app, like to utilize the service.
Yep.
And then they're only being charged so much for each copy, but it's like a standard amount.
I think it was Ashley from Bookish Realm that was talking about the difference between how Hoopla and Libby charge libraries. And for Hoopla, it's a lot better to wait until you are ready to read the book to request it, or to read it as soon as you get it because of the way that Hoopla works. So, yeah.
Yeah, my library actually just had to change their policy because they wanted to keep offering the service, but it was costing too much. So they actually took the service away from non-resident cards.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize
Yeah. And they decreased the number of checkouts that we get per month by 2. So I was kind of sad when I saw that, but
I wish more libraries offered a non-resident card because there are a couple of libraries I'm like, yeah, I would definitely like support you and like pay to be able to read books for you instead of, Bezos.
Right.
I very rarely, Audible is my last resort. I try and use my library as often as possible just because number one, they don't pay, like their authors are getting paid more from other sources. Despite what dudes want to tell me from ChatGPT.
In all reality, I will, if I can find it on Libro FM, that's where I'll get it from.
Yeah.
The problem that I run into is that sometimes, especially if it's a Kindle Unlimited book, it's an Audible exclusive. Because actually, I was super excited that I found this Lines book on Hoopla. Like I looked on my library app, like on Libby first. I checked all my libraries on Libby. None of them had it. So I was like, well, I'm scared this is going to be an Audible exclusive. I'll have to just read it. And then I was like, let me just check Hoopla. And I typed in the author's name and it was like the 3rd hit. So I was like, all right, cool. But a lot of times I can find books that are more like obscure through my Hoopla. Or like less known or that are on Kindle Unlimited, but technically like the audiobook is not Kindle Unlimited only. But I do run into it a lot with my Kindle Unlimited books that I can only get the audios from.
And just so people know that like that is a predatory thing that Amazon does, by the way, for Kindle Unlimited. Sometimes there are very few authors that publish on Kindle Unlimited and stuff like that have the clout to be able to say, hey, no, I don't want an exclusive contract. So you do have, I do believe there's a limit to the exclusivity. It's for a certain amount of time from what I've gathered.
I think so, yeah.
But yeah, when most people are not Brandon Sanderson and able to push back if they wanted to. So,
but I think that's also why like bigger books that are traditionally published, Colleen Hoover is one author I know that she kind of, her books come and go from
Kindle Unlimited.
But she does have, I mean, Colleen Hoover, I think Layla is one that if you want the audiobook for that, it is an Audible exclusive audiobook. So, and then like you have like Throne of Glass, which you can read the first 3 books through your library if your library has them, but then the rest of them are tied into Audible exclusive. And the rest, and then ACOTAR, that whole series is not Audible exclusive, but Crescent City is.
Yeah, and that likely you'll stay that. She probably has it for a certain amount of time that it's Audible exclusive, and then it'll release. Because I know that like Brandon's books have gone on and off library stuff depending on which books it is.
Right.
Like I think the Skyward books are Audible exclusives, at least the first couple, because I can't find them on my library. Yeah. I had to hack my brother. I didn't actually hack my brother's Audible account. He just gives me the information.
Yeah, well, and I only continue to have Audible because my brother uses my Audible. And with his dyslexia, he can't always find the books.
Yeah.
So a lot of the books that he reads are Audible exclusive.
Yeah, no, you're not getting any judgment from me for using Audible. I use Audible myself. I have an Audible account, which probably is starting to panic because I haven't used any of my credits in a while.
That's kind of also where I'm sitting as far as like this whole like thing with with Kindle choosing.
Oh no, don't. That's a lot. You know what you've been in the group chat with me talking about that. That Kindle Unlimited is how a lot of indie authors make their money. You are not hurting Amazon for not doing that.
You're not. And here's the thing is I follow an author. I've not read any of her books. I'm actually going to read her book next month, but I've been following her for a long time just because I think that she's funny and whatever. And she posted the other day in her story about how much people boycotting KU has actually affected her livelihood because she has her books available on KU, and she's like, I've never seen my page turns be so low because people are boycotting it. And ultimately, like that's why I'll never get rid of Kindle Unlimited. Now I do gift myself like a year's worth of KU. Yeah, but that's partly because my ADHD forgets to pay it every month. I'll be real, like that's just what it is.
Well, and it keeps you from dealing with price increases, apparently.
And it keeps you from dealing with price increase until the next year or whatever. But also, I utilize my KU enough, especially with doing this KU clean out thing, because I have an entire what is that called? A wish list that's nothing but KU books. There's like 500 KU books on there. Okay, I'm never gonna get through them all. But but that's why I started doing KU clean out this year was because I'm actually using that list to pick out what books I download next to my Kindle.
I will say this, from what I understand, the best profit margin that Amazon has is actually through Kindle. That's what gets authors paid the most. If you are going to boycott Amazon books of any sort, boycott physical books from them if you can. Like some books, obviously, if they're publishing through Amazon, you don't have a choice. Amazon deliberately prices their books way under market value so that they're selling them at a loss so they can beat out big bookstores and get you onto the site.
But that's very difficult. Why, like, buy from Barnes and Noble, okay, if you want somewhere that well. Otherwise, buy from your local indie if they have it. Because, like, I don't know about anyone else's, but my local indie, if I go in there and I ask them if they can order a book, they will do it.
You want to make sure you're supporting both your local indie and your Barnes and Noble, because supporting local indies is how we get things to a situation where we don't have to be terrified of Barnes and Noble closing. Because right now, if Barnes and Noble goes out of business, we're in trouble.
We really are.
Then Amazon is in charge.
Yeah. So I definitely will do, like, I'll wait for sales at Barnes because they have so many of them. And then I'll do like the the pre-order sales and stuff like that, because then I know that I'm giving money to Barnes and Noble. But if it's just like I want to go book shopping and I have the money to spend, because obviously at an indie bookstore they're selling them to you at retail, so I understand they're a bit more expensive than if you go to Target or Walmart or whatever. But I do try to go at least once every 6 months to my local indie and just buy like $100 worth of books. Plus, like my local indie, they give you, for every $100 you spend, you get a $10 credit. So
Nice.
like when I went in, and the last time I went into the indie bookstore was last year during Indie Bookstore Day, and I bought a bunch of books, and she's like, "Oh, you have a $10 credit." So I got Cruel Prince for $3.
Nice.
Have I read it? No, it's still sitting on my shelf. It's fine. Kelly said she runs a small press and don't have a choice. If I list our books on KU, I'm not allowed to put the ebook version anywhere else. We get paid the most from physical sales. Yeah. But we make more money with KU because more people use it. But we need about 6 people to read the book to make the same that we make from selling one physical. Really don't understand what the issue is with KU. Can someone explain it to me? They just don't want, people don't want to support Amazon, which like I get. They don't want to support those. So they're boycotting things that aren't actually hurting Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, specifically they are changing things up, and people are just now realizing that we don't they don't actually own the books that they've bought for Kindle. But I know we had to switch over to Brooklyn here.
Yeah, we're about to switch over to Brooklyn. So we're gonna go over there. It is in the playlist. I guess I could hold on. I'll grab the link really quick and I'll put it in the comments, because we are going to jump over there. I know she also posted in the Clue readathon thing if you want that. If you're in there. So here is the link to Brooklyn. We're gonna run over there. I don't know that. Are you coming with us, Amy, or are you going to bed?
I think I'm gonna come with, because I'm not really tired right now because I took a longer nap than I meant to. So
all right. Yeah. So if you're on the playlist, it will take you straight over there. If you're not, then you can use that link, and we will see you on Brooklyn's. Everyone say bye.
Bye.
It'd be great if I clicked the right button.